Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to go back to probably one of our earliest artists. Maybe him and Fra Angelico will be the two oldest artists that we've looked at thus far. Here we're going to be looking at Donatello's second version of David, created around 1440 in bronze. And not only was the sculpture, the pose, the lack of clothing, and the style very innovative, but even the way that it was cast was revolutionary. So this is a landmark in art history, and probably this work, more than any other, or is the most famous of Donatello's works, and probably why he was chosen, along with Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raphael, to become one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So let's jump into today's episode. The plan is we're going to get the image on the canvas. I'm going to show you how to do that. And then we're going to stain it with a little bit of color. We're even probably going to get the, well, I might even throw the, well, maybe not. I was going to maybe do the background and then do the biography. We'll see how I feel when we get there. There's probably going to be some underpainting. I've blocked off about 6 hours for today's painting, and if I can get it in by then, that would be fantastic. That would be great. Considering the previous episode I did lasted 12 and a half hours. So I do not intend on breaking that record anytime soon. So, but I mean, I don't want to promise anything, because every time I promise that I'll do something faster, I seem to take twice as long as expected. So anyway, feel free to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Around 80% of the people that watch these videos are not subscribers to the channel. So that would be hugely transformative for me. If you're watching for the first time, you've never subscribed or even liked, it's free, doesn't cost you a penny, and but it makes a huge difference in my life. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal, is probably your best bet. Very easy to set up, 5 minutes, and then you can send a transfer through that way, and super secure way of doing it. YouTube Super Chat works while we're here live. It'll show up here, but they take like 40% of whatever you donate. So if you donate $1, YouTube takes 40 cents of it, versus an e-transfer through your bank and email, or check in the mail. My email is in the description. Well, there's a link to my website where it's at, and also on the Facebook group is my emails also there as well. So you can find that email to send me, to contact me for whatever reason, but particularly if you're interested in sending money, then those are some options for you to do so. So let's look at our first step here. So actually, you know what, just before we do that, I just want to share with you these artworks that I did recently, just so we see them at the beginning. This is the Michelangelo painting we just finished, the Tondi Madonna, or the Doni Tondi. And this is the reason I'm just showing you this, is because on YouTube, even though we did the entire episode, and some of you lasted all the way to the very end, it clipped off the last 40 minutes or so of the episode, because I didn't know there was a 12-hour maximum on YouTube. Most people don't go for a 12-hour long episode, but I sure did. So I learned the hard way that YouTube will just clip that last little bit of the episode off. So that turned out pretty good. Might be one of the most difficult paintings we've ever done. I knew that when I was starting, but definitely learned my lesson there. I mean, great. I mean, you can't go wrong with this as a fabric study. I mean, this has got to be one of the most complex fabric studies I've ever... I mean, it is the most complex fabric study I've ever done. Here's the Raphael we did the week before. You can see there's a little bit of a Mutant Ninja Turtle theme here, because Leonardo is coming up. We're doing the Salvatore Mundi, the most expensive painting ever sold at $500 million. And then these little, the putti, the little angels, are technically below this painting here. So, yeah. So we've got a number of Renaissance paintings on the go here. That turned out pretty cool. Pretty happy with that. So, anyway, I just wanted to share with you these. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. So, let's look at the process to get this painting started. So, in the description below, if you click more, there's a whole bunch of stuff below, and it'll take you to a Dropbox folder. And in that Dropbox folder, you'll see at the very top all the materials to get started, including like a buying guide, the templates for the color wheel, all that kind of stuff. And then the next, I don't know, 100 folders are for beginners paintings. There's lots of great stuff here to keep you busy if you've really barely ever painted before or never painted before. And then below that, the ones that begin with numbers, these ones are more complex, and we're going to find Donatello here near the bottom. You click in that folder, you'll see that there's 3 files here. There's the original image plus the outlines, the tracings that I did on my iPad Pro. Let me just share with you that. Oops. So there's the original image. I will say I did add a little fig leaf over Donatello or David's little bits and pieces here that is not in the original, but just for the sake of keeping the show nice and family friendly, I put that there. So I've also included that, and I'll paint that in just for fun. Pretty happy with my little Photoshop job. It looks like it kind of was always there, so that's good. So you can take the outline that is there in the Dropbox, download it to your computer, and then you can print it out on your inkjet laserjet printer at home on regular photocopy paper. Take it to work and print it off there. And then I'm going to transfer it onto this 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. You can buy these kind of things at the dollar store for $1. I like this particular brand. I've ordered them off of Amazon. They come in a pack of 24 or 12 for like $24 Canadian, so probably $17 or so American. And so that, you know, it's instead of $1 per canvas, it's like $1.75, $2. Anyway, they come wrapped in plastic, and then I give it just a quick little gentle sanding, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso. I'm just showing these little drips are when I apply that gesso. I put them on a couple little blocks, let it dry overnight, and the excess just drips off the side onto some paper that I put on the floor to protect it from. And then I just sanded this now just about 20 minutes before we began with some 100 grit sandpaper. So now I've got a much smoother surface. And that, for me, I love painting on a smoother surface, especially when we've got detail that we want to convey in a painting. Sometimes it's nice to have a really highly textured surface, but I like the smooth surface. Just like I like my smooth jazz. Okay. I just woke up about 45 minutes ago, so you'll have to forgive me if There's a litany of dad jokes coming because I need to. That's how I stretch in the morning, is with copious amount of dad jokes. Or I'm sure at least everyone around me, that's how they probably think that's exactly how I wake up. Okay, let's wake up and annoy the family. Right back to it. Okay. So, I've just taped this down. I taped it on the side just because there's going to be stuff on the top and bottom, and it doesn't matter where you put the tape as long as the tape is doing its job. So now I'm going to put some this is graphite transfer paper. I'm going to put that under there. You want to put the dark side facing down, right, and the lighter side facing up. And you can see I've used this carbon paper many times because you can. So let's So definitely a smoother canvas is going to make this whole thing a lot easier. Now I'm not going to do every little line here. I'll share with you when I peel this off. You'll see that there's a bunch of stuff missing, like particularly in the hair here. I realize it's kind of odd to make a painting of a sculpture, and that we're doing an episode focused on a sculptor as opposed to another painter. But it gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit about who Donatello was. Donatello remains one of the most important figures of the Italian Renaissance. And also this is an opportunity to practice painting something in bronze. Like, how do we do that? I don't think we've... Yeah, this I'm sure must be... I think this... Oh no, we did do... Didn't we do a... I might have done a bronze sculpture. Was it bronze? Okay, now, not Lipchitz. Who is the sculptor? Ukrainian artist who I should know. You gotta forgive me for, after doing 300 of these, 330-ish episodes, some of them becomes hard to remember exactly the names of every artist that we've done, which is a good thing. Like, I had no idea when I started this during the middle of the pandemic that I'd be here 3 years later still doing this. You know, when I started, it was like, well, let's do about 20, 30 of these. And then life will return to normal. And by that time, we'll have figured out something else to do. I currently have not figured out what else to do with myself, so here I am. Rock me like a hurricane. I remember drawing this out recently, really enjoying that process. Okay, Michael. I'm not sure why you keep doing this to yourself, but I was contemplating taping this down. Let's, I just had this kind of idea, last night. So, oops. I think I'm just going to explore this option. Come on. So I'm just doing this in case I want to try to do the image transfer again after I get the background started and I overlap some of those lines. I could just go full into it without doing any underpainting. Well, we'll think about it. Lee says, I'm doing mine without a leaf. I like that. Ari says it should have been a maple leaf. That's awesome. Senga says, how's your daughter doing, Michael? Very good. Thank you so much for asking. Well, we were, both her and I were, well, she was sick last week, and then I got sick last week, and I got to stay home with her all last week, which is fantastic. Lots of snuggles, and she is the best snuggler of all time. So, yeah. Can't complain. That's kind of what life's all about, I think. At least for me. That's all I need. As a little girl snuggles. So, let's move on here. Now we've got our image on the canvas, I'm going to stain it with a little bit of color. And I'll show you kind of the system that I like to use for painting all of these past 325 plus episodes. Is I've used what I call, or not I call, but what's called a split primary palette. I wish I had known about this method of painting when I was in my teens or 20s. Certainly would have saved me some money on art supplies, and it would have really clarified the painting process for me. So I think this is a great way to learn how to paint. So essentially, the split primary palette means we take the primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, we split them in half into their warm and cool components. So that therefore there's because every color's got a temperature. It's either warm or cold, and it could be hot or freezing depending on where it lies on the color wheel. So we take those 6 colors plus white. We don't even need black. I've got a black here in my palette, but probably you've seen that I very, very rarely use black because I can mix my own black with 3 of these colors above. Now, I'm going to use this Amsterdam brand of paint. Oops. I'm not sponsored or paid, not giving any free supplies or free vacations or anything. I bought this stuff just like everybody else at my local art supply store, and a tube of this costs about I think I got a bunch of these paints recently on sale for $15 Canadian a tube. So you should be able to find this for about $12, $13, $14 American at the most. If you're in Canada, take a look around and you should be able to find these for, about $15 to $18. I've seen them on Amazon for $25, $30 a tube. I think that's outrageous. Obviously, often people buy their stuff on Amazon, and Amazon's great for certain things, but I find art supplies are a ripoff. So just before you, it's almost, I feel like art supplies on YouTube, it's like somebody's like, well, I'll just put my art supplies up there on YouTube, and if someone's willing to, I could just be like, well, I need this paint, but if someone's going to give me $40 for this tube of paint, sure, I'll sell it to them. feel like that's a lot of what I see on YouTube is someone just puts, or not on YouTube, on Amazon. Lots of other stuff are way cheaper, but not the paint. So just be careful before you spend your hard-earned money that you do a little bit of research. And, you know, again, I didn't put any black on my palette, and yet this painting is mostly black. So I'm going to scroll through this really quickly. You can see all the different brands of paint that you can use to make today's painting. Obviously, you can just pause and take a screenshot or a photograph of these, but you can also go into the Dropbox, download. There's a sheet that has all of these paints listed here, so you could print that out and take it to your art supply store and look for those colors. Now, I haven't used most of these paints. Many of the ones closer to the beginning of this list I have used. I've used Opus, for instance. But as you'll see here shortly, not every color, like museum color nor Peebo, is optimal for what we're doing here, especially for today's episode, because both of these brands put way too much white in the paint, and therefore it makes it impossible to mix a black. You're going to get a gray, and gray is nice, and we're going to be doing a lot of gray in today's episode, but if you want to make that black, you're just not going to be able to do it, which could be super frustrating if you're trying to replicate what I'm doing on each of these episodes. So let's plus, going to the art supply store is the most fun ever. It is. It's also, I find, like, I have to have literally a list in my hand when I go to an art supply store, or I come out with like 5 sketchbooks and like, because I will just, it's like I just walk in there like, let me give you my money. Here's my wallet. And they're like, thank you. And I'll spend all this money on supplies when often I don't really need. I don't need a new sketchbook. I've got lots of sketchbooks from the last time I went to the art supply store, so. So I just poured a little bit of that paint out because I thought, you know, I might have used a little bit too much water in there. The more water I put in there, the faster it will dry. And only by just, we're talking seconds, if I'm using a hair dryer anyway. This is the only time I use water, when I'm painting with acrylics. So one thing going kind of, I learned this from an artist I worked with years ago. I had to help build his canvases and stretch them and then apply gesso on them. And he would instruct me to do this kind of checkerboard, not checkerboard, crisscross pattern. Because what it helps is get the color, or in that case the gesso, to get into the weave of the canvas. All right. It's so crazy when I look at these and I think, man, in a few hours there's going to be something there. That's cool. That's, I mean, that's all painting is like that, but it's just kind of, it's a miracle. Ah, there's Lolly just in time. Hi, Lolly. And there's Abdullah says, I think I should open an art shop here. I'm gonna be rich. Well, as long as I'm coming to your art supply store frequently, you would be rich. But not everybody spends as much money on art supplies as I do, or is as dazzled by art supplies. But or maybe you could get Ori to come by. Ori says, last week I went to explore a new store, art supply store, and bought a storage box, Posca pens, mediums, and gesso, and a desk easel. There you go. All right, so yeah, you could probably make a lot of money on all the people who are watching. So let's move on to the next step here. Let's talk. Just had to clear my throat, all that phlegm in there. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about who Donatello was and why he's such an important figure and why he was chosen to become one of the 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So, let's go to the Wikipedia here to start. So Donatello, we don't know exactly when he was born. And the only way we can where we have some idea is because of a tax form he filled out later on in life, in which he estimated his age at that time to be 47. So they kind of worked their way backwards and say, it looks like he was probably born sometime around 1386. So we don't even know the year, let alone the day or the month that he was born. I mean, I'm sure he knew. I'm sure maybe his family knew, but back, it wasn't particularly important for people to remember those details back in the day. He's born in Florence. So let's just zoom back out here. So Florence was, along with Rome and Milan, 2 of the probably the most powerful well, how would you, I guess, kind of kingdoms or states in what the area we now call Italy, right? So you've got Rome, where the Vatican and the seat of power is. Then you've got Florence up here, Milan up there. This is where Leonardo spent most of his time before coming down to Rome. But Florence is where the Medici family lived, and the Medici family were the bankers for the Pope and for everybody else around this area. So they were a very powerful state that also rivaled Rome. And so being so powerful, they had a lot of enemies around, and there were lots of wars back in the day with different city-states fighting each other. But that being from Florence provided the young artist opportunities that might otherwise have been difficult for someone in his position to have access to. So Donatello, we don't really know too much about his youth. Again, this is in a time where it's not like people didn't keep records during the medieval era, but it really, up until around this time, artists were craftspeople considered just like bricklayers, or like, for instance, Donatello's father was a wool stretcher. He worked in the textile industry, and they're kind of seen as interchangeable figures whose goal was to do the as good of a job as the person before them, no more, no less, and you do what you're told, and everybody's happy, right? It's not until the kind of the early Renaissance where you start having some artists are elevated above the crowd and singled out for praise and recognition, and that their biographies start to become recorded. And really, Donatello is one of the very first artists to have his biography written. Of course, that biography is not written until about 100 years after he dies, by Vasari. Vasari wrote a book called The Lives of Artists, I think it was called, that sort of had, a chapter on all of the great artists that he considered, just like I'm doing here, that he considered to be really, really important. And so he went back and did apparently some maybe interviews with some people who would have been like Donatello's great grand nephews and nieces and stuff, because I don't think Donatello ever had any children of his own. And so what we know of Donatello is sort of what people remembered of Donatello, and how accurate people's memories were of someone that lived 100 years ago. I mean, just imagine I asked you to tell me everything you know about your great-grandfather. How many of you would be able to say more than a couple sentences about that person, let alone his or her, childhood, but besides their greatest accomplishments, right? So that's kind of what we're facing with Donatello here. Yes, he did achieve incredible things, but again, he's really kind of towards the beginning of artists being celebrated in the way that we celebrate great artists today, right? So probably because his father was kind of in a kind of management-like position, I guess you could say, in the textile industry, the family had some connections. And this is again where it's debated as to how much influence the family was able to obtain, and the records are murky. So some names are associated with Donatello's family that may or may not be true. It could be rumor or misremembering, but some people suggested that the family was close to the Medici family and other wealthy patrons. Let's see. So there's kind of one of the earliest stories that we know of Donatello is that When he was about 15 years old, he's essentially arrested for getting in a fight, for hitting a German kid with a stick and drawing some blood, and there's a bit of like a commotion about it, and therefore it's recorded in the history books, probably by the local authorities. And this would have been a time where his father was working just, well, down the road. This would, how far away is Pistoia? Well, let's see. So 40 kilometers away from his place of birth in Florence is Pistoia, which is where the young artist is, where when he gets himself into some trouble. He was probably working there with his father. His father was recorded as having been employed in this area, again in the wool industry, doing wool stretching, that's harvested and then used in a loom. And it's in that, probably in that time, where he meets another young artist, well, an artist who's actually about a decade older than him, so, but, he's in his early, maybe mid-20s, is Filippo Brunelleschi. And Brunelleschi is a sculptor, but also becomes really one of the most famous architects of the Renaissance. And so the young Donatello ends up meeting Brunelleschi, and they become friends. Probably Brunelleschi takes Donatello kind of a little bit under his wing. I just think about like my daughter. She's 4.5 years old, and she has no interest in me or anybody my age, but whenever she sees like girls that are like 10 years old, like her cousins, she's just like, oh my goodness, they're like gods walking among us, right? And so I could imagine Donatello thinking of Brunelleschi like, wow, this is like the coolest, like I'm hanging out with James Dean, right? And Brunelleschi kind of liking the company of some kid who really looks up to him, right? So they become friends, and probably the young Donatello assists Brunelleschi on a few different activities. One of which is there were these kind of like competitions for commissions, and they still take place today. Like I apply every once in a while to these public art commissions that happen around the world, and so they'll put like a request for proposals, and for so you put your name in a hat, and then you they'll select a few people and then give them an opportunity to submit some designs. And so there was kind of a famous, or it probably wasn't famous at the time, but it's become kind of famous for the doors to this baptistry in Florence. And both Brunelleschi and another figure who becomes kind of like a friendly rival to Brunelleschi is Lorenzo Ghiberti, submit to complete the doors for the baptistry. And so Donatello helps Brunelleschi put together some designs for those doorways. Ultimately, Ghiberti wins the commission, and later on, Donatello actually goes and helps Ghiberti finish those doors. So it's a fairly small circle of people here that are working, that have the necessary qualifications to do any of these kinds of this work. But Brunelleschi and Donatello go to Rome together to study antiquity and ancient art, because around the time of the Renaissance, really for the first time in a long time, you have a concerted effort an interest in archaeology, of kind of digging up the past. In Rome, all of the ancient architecture and sculptures have been buried under sand and dirt for over 1,000 years. And occasionally people would be, digging in their backyard and might dig up a sculpture, might dig up some pottery. And for the longest time, sorry, my nasal passages. For the longest time, people would, find something and maybe throw it out, or they might find old bricks and put them in their own walls, right? And it's not until like the Renaissance where people start digging stuff up and being like, this stuff's pretty amazing. Do you think we should like preserve some of this stuff? And so when Donatello and Brunelleschi go to Rome, they study this kind of newer, some of the stuff that's been recently unearthed that people have held up as being important work from at that time, the distant past, right? And that I think is really interesting to kind of think about, because one of the key features of Donatello is he plays a central, pivotal role in the revival of ancient forms, of this rebirth of classical art. Right after the fall of Rome and the end of the Roman Empire, you have what is generally seen as this decline during the medieval period. It's not really a decline. I mean, stuff was still happening. It's just that people kind of moved on from the Roman and Greek art and kind of started creating their own path. But during the early Renaissance, you have people who are like, let's take a second look at all this broken stuff that is literally underneath our feet right now, and let's see if there's anything of interest there that we can return to. And more and more remarkable stuff start coming out of the mud. We talked about that last class when we were looking at Michelangelo. There was a few really incredible sculptures that were unearthed during Michelangelo's relative youth, in his mid-20s, late 20s, that were just, and Michelangelo's recorded to having been, at least, maybe not when they were discovered, but on the site when they were dug up, and seeing these things kind of appearing out of the mud, and that changed his whole thinking about what he wanted to, the kinds of works he wanted to create. So Donatello is one of those figures who is like, wait a second. This is some really cool stuff. We haven't really seen people making stuff like this in a while. What can I learn from this? It's also suggested that, having said everything I just said, while Donatello and Brunelleschi are in Rome, the young Donatello, they find some of this pottery and little sculptures, and they would sell them kind of, you might say on the black market, but I think probably at that time it wasn't really seen as like a shady thing to do. It was sort of like, here's some stuff I found in the local park. I just took my shovel down there and was digging around, and I found a cup, I found a bowl, I found some broken pieces of pottery. And you might go down to the city square, lay a blanket out, and sell them to people. And some people are like, wow, how much you want for that? I don't know, lunch? That would be great. And then, so you really get the sense of like Donatello holding some of these things in his hand for the first time in like 1,000, 1,500 years, right? And maybe selling them, but holding them and looking at them and elevating them to importance, and probably learning a little bit about how to sell things, which becomes important later on as he runs his own small business, right? So I don't want to go through all of the works that Donatello does over the course of his career, because I feel like my whole back of my throat is filling up with phlegm, so I don't know how long I can talk. But one of the early commissions... Oh, I should also say, too, while Brunelleschi and Donatello are in Rome, they also work doing some jewelry design, or at least executing designs of others. So they apprentice as goldsmiths, and they're even introduced to glass and glass blowing and glass design. So he's learning, picking up all sorts of different things. He's got his... And that is one of the features of Donatello, is he's... we talked last class about the Renaissance man, this kind of jack of all trades kind of thing. That is something that Donatello we could also use to describe Donatello, because he's not only known for his bronze works like this David that he creates, but for his sculptures in wax and terracotta and clay, his low relief sculptures we'll talk about here in a moment, marble, how to cast bronze. So he didn't just sculpt things, but he was actively involved in the casting and manufacture of those things. And so he's really exploring all of these different materials, which again is also a little bit unusual. Most of the time artists would just learn one thing, and then that's what they're doing for the rest of their life. You learn how to manipulate gold and cast things in gold and do gold jewelry. That's what you're doing for the rest of your life. Forget it. I mean, well, and you'd be happy if you found something that you can do. But it was kind of rare for an artist to try so many different kinds of things and to be relatively good at all of them. One of his first commissions is for this cathedral in Florence. It's not called the cathedral. What is the name of this thing? Anyway, they don't say here on Wikipedia, apparently. But so he gets this commission to basically make all these little, well, not a lot, but you know, if you go to Italy, you'll often see buildings where maybe on the top of the building or on the corners of the building you see sculpted figures, right? There might be like one on all four corners, or it might be one all four corners and then like maybe a dozen on each side in smaller sizes. You might see these on churches, inside and outside of churches and cathedrals. And so Donatello was one of those persons. That was some of his earliest work, was to create some of those sculptures. And he very quickly showed promise. Once some of those early sculptures that he made, people were like, man, this kid is pretty good. Like, maybe we should give him some of the more important sculptures for this next building, because he's really kicking some good stuff out. So, you know, here's some of the early ones here. This St. John the Evangelist that he did, which isn't, you know, on its face like spectacular, but you also remember back in the day, the goal wasn't to create like spectacular sculptures in the way that later artists like Michelangelo and Bernini would do. It was sort of just do, you know, you kind of want to create stuff that fits in and matches everything else, so that the idea isn't like when you're walking around that building and you're seeing those sculptures on the outside of that cathedral, everything's, it's kind of like an animation. You want all the drawings in that animation to almost look like they were done by the same person, right? You could imagine it would be very distracting if you were watching Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and everything is, all the drawings are done in one way, and then all of a sudden they just get really amazing, and you're just like, wow, who did this? And then they come back and they're all the same again. It'd be just like, what was that? Can we rewind? That could be neat, when I say that, we're like, that would be fantastic, but it would also be distracting and take us out of the movie and the story. Well, same sort of thing with the kind of task that Donatello's given. It's the point is not to outdo all the other sculptors and sculptures that have been done by other people in that cathedral. It's just to kind of fit right in, right? And so, but Donatello is almost incapable of just doing the what everybody else was doing. He kind of just, his talent just kind of kept coming through to the point where people are like, we're kind of wasting this kid's talent, because everything he does is pretty amazing. So he starts getting more and more responsibility, and so let's skip through. Well, maybe. So he does, this is probably one of his first major works. This is for the Or Saint Michel, which is in Florence. Again, it's he was tasked with creating one of these sculptures that was in one of these locations around. I think this was inside the building, and this one he cast in bronze as opposed to a marble sculpture. And doing something in bronze was certainly more expensive than creating something out of marble, because of sourcing the materials, and you had to have access to a foundry and everything. But the creation of this work is probably where he starts collaborating with another artist. Does it say here? Michelozzo. Michelozzo is another artist, but maybe more of a tradesperson, craftsperson, and this collaboration lasts for about 9-10 years, and what this allows Donatello to do is really focus on creating these sculptures, and then use, in collaboration with Michelozzo, to help cast them into bronze. So they become this kind of team that can then kind of apply for larger and more important commissions. And with some of the major innovations, even with this artwork here, Saint Louis of Toulouse, is how they start casting this sculpture in different pieces and then assemble it together afterwards, which was a bit of a revolutionary step in the casting process, because it allowed for creating way more complex forms than had previously done. Beforehand, you would try to do it all at once, and then you would pull this bronze out of the mold, and then you might have to do some chiseling and forming, because probably there would be areas where it didn't work properly and it was kind of a bit of a mess. But so Michelozzo and Donatello, they start kind of casting different parts, and then they assemble and kind of weld it together, and that allows for way more complex things like all of this drapery that we see here. So again, that raises even more and more eyebrows. I should say, I think I skipped it here. So really, this is, I forgot to mention, before Michelangelo did those last couple commissions, he sculpted this version, this marble version of David. And so this would have been really one of his first major commissions. And we could see that you know, it looks great. It's not an amazing artwork, but it is pretty good, right? We see this the story of David is the story of David and Goliath. You might have heard of this. Goliath was this supposed giant that was tormenting. Let's see. So the Israelites are fighting the Philistines, and their secret weapon is Goliath, and he's sort of tormenting them, daring anybody to fight him. And the young David is this, I think he was like a sheep herder, yeah, who accepts the challenge. He's really the only one who agrees to fight David. So it's like all of the professional soldiers are like, no way am I going to fight that guy. You know, he's supposedly this towering giant. He might have just been a really big guy, like, maybe like 7 feet tall, big, muscular fellow. And, all these other soldiers are like, that guy's going to kill me if I try to fight him. So no one wanted to fight him. But the young David sort of comes out from nowhere. I think his brother was a soldier and was afraid to fight. But the young David is a sheep herder, and sheep herders would have like a little kind of sling with a rock in it in order to kind of defend the flock from wolves and other predators, right? So that and David was really good at slinging this rock. Like, you'd put that rock in the sling and you'd whip it around, and then you'd let one part of the sling go and the rock would fly out, and depending on how hard you whipped it, could kill an animal. In this instance, there is this kind of David and Goliath have a showdown, and David kills Goliath, and he shoots this rock in this sling that hits Goliath, I think in the eye, blinds him, and as Goliath is kind of falling down, he cuts his own head off with his own sword. And therefore, when we see these sculptures, that's Goliath's head, often at the foot of David. And you can see here's the sling, David's sling, that's laying on Goliath's head here. So, this is a great sculpture, nothing particularly memorable about it. But so it's not until later on that he's hired to kind of do an updated version of David. So another major thing that Donatello is famous for is his low relief sculptures. So relief sculpture is a kind of sculpture that would often be used on doors, like we talked about earlier, those doors that Brunelleschi and Ghiberti were competing for the baptistry in Florence, where you have like, a flat surface, and then artists would sculpt into that flat surface imagery, right? So as opposed to hiring a painter to paint a wall, you might hire a sculptor to do a very thin relief sculpture on that wall. And so the relief might only be maybe an inch or two thick, right? But Donatello comes along, and one of the major innovations that he introduces is what's called a low relief. So it's the best way to think about it is like the kind of sculpture that is on the quarters and that might be in your pocket right now or in your couch cushions, right? And so you look at the back of your quarter, and there might be George Washington or the Queen of England or whatever on there. That's a low relief sculpture, right? I mean, it's microscopically thick, right? But you can hold it up, and depending on how you shine it in the light, you can see the face on there. And Donatello becomes a master at the low relief sculpture. which is really tricky to pull off, especially when you have overlapping figures. Because, if you just have one figure, like, again, like on the back of a quarter or a dime, well, that's tricky to pull off. But if you have someone's face and you've got a mountain in behind, and then you've got maybe 2 or 3 people standing next to one another, like, you're talking like, a 1/16 of an inch, and you're going to sculpt all of that depth in that short amount of space. That's pretty difficult. So most artists would make for a fairly deep relief painting or sculpture, because it's hard enough, but they gave them a little bit of leeway, whereas Donatello was the master at super shallow, low relief sculpture. Okay. Oh, I forgot another material. Donatello also sculpted things in wood too. So, I mean, he was doing, I guess, almost every kind of major sculptural material and medium method Donatello had his hand in. So, let's talk about Donatello's David here. So, as I said, he does the original David sometime in the 1408. This would have been one of his first major commissions. But later on, kind of towards the end of his life, he's commissioned by the Medici family to do another David. And this time, Donatello's, he's got to be in his he's probably 60 years old when he sculpts this version of David, which is, very different than, when we go back and look at this. So he does this when he's, in his mid-20s. And, 40 years later, he comes back and he creates this version of it. Let's see if this will load up. It's pretty hard to navigate this thing. Right? So this sculpture is significant for all sorts of reasons. One of which is it's one of the first freestanding nude sculptures in about 1,500 years. So in Europe, there's been almost 2,000 years since someone sculpted a nude bronze figure, or even a nude marble figure. For the past 1,000 to 1,500, 1,600 years, all artworks up until this point, or during that period, have been clothed figures, right? Because during the medieval era, there was kind of a more modest, pious, much more deeply religious attitude prevailed. And this sculpture, again, one of the reasons why this Donatello's David is so kind of famous is because, again, we're talking at a time where this is hard to navigate. Okay, I can't. This is driving me crazy. Okay, so again, so at this time that the sculpture is created, you have all of these artworks from antiquity, which are are starting to kind of be dug up and celebrated rather than just sort of destroyed or sold off for cheap. And a lot of ancient Greek and Roman sculptures feature nude figures. And so for Donatello to make a sculpture, a nude figure, telling this biblical story, not a story from Greek or Roman mythology, but a biblical story, part of the Christian tradition, is a major radical innovation. Because what that shows us is Donatello taking direct inspiration from the past, taking the style and methods of sculpture, and importing them into the contemporary period and applying Christian themes on top of it. So that is, it's hard to kind of overstate how important and influential that act ultimately becomes, because as we saw, this was how artists like Donatello for 1,000+ years sculpted biblical stories. That kind of looks Roman-like, right? This could, if you didn't know better, well, this could be a Roman king or emperor. I mean, but it's clothed, nothing particularly special. But when we get to this sculpture, it's like, oh, we haven't seen anything new like this in over 1,000 years. So anyway, I'm probably overstating that whole thing, but it was a major innovation. I think I should start painting here quickly. So another feature of Donatello: travels widely around Italy, does sculptures in Padua, Siena, Florence, Rome. I'm missing a few major locations that he worked. Has a long career here, right? So he dies in 1466. Let's just quickly check. How old was he when he died? 79, 80 years old, right? So for that time, that's a really long life. And he was working all the way up until the day he died, right? He was still healthy and working, produced a lot of work, still working on big commissions. You could see here just quickly sculptures in terracotta and glass, major innovations. Here it talks a little bit about Vasari's kind of made his biography on Donatello. Yeah, I think that's probably good. Maybe it's just worth just sort of showing how we jump from sweet. Oh. So it's worth just kind of noting I guess we'll just put these up here. So here's Donatello's version of the David, and here's Michelangelo's David. So in a span like this David, this is sculpted basically about a 90 years late. Well, no, the original. So I guess this is about 60 years later. So although again, the first. So yeah. So we've got the first Donatello. So we've got this David by Donatello in the early 1400s. And then so Donatello sculpts this David in the early 1400s. And then Donatello himself creates the next evolutionary leap forward in the 1440s with his new and updated sculpture of David here in bronze, which is a radical innovation. And then we leap forward another 60 years in time when Michelangelo comes on the scene and sculpts this sculpture, which is monumental. This is maybe at least 2.5 times the scale of a normal human being, right? So if you were standing right next to it, you'd probably come up to about his wrist here. So in the span of 100 years, we go from very traditional, not particularly innovative, or this doesn't really stand out. I mean, we probably, if this was not sculpted by Donatello, this would be a very forgettable sculpture. Not that it's not amazing, but it would have fit in seamlessly with everything else being done at the time. And then you have Donatello, himself 40 years later cranks this out, which is just like jaw-dropping and totally different, using innovative bronze casting techniques. The fact that it's nude and freestanding is just like, some people haven't seen this in a long time. And then, another 60 years later, you've got Michelangelo, who feels he's got now permission to do something like this. And again, the fact that both of these last couple sculptures are nude was something that was seen, even at the time these are sculpted, raises a few eyebrows. People are like, are you really sure you should be sculpting these biblical stories using nude figures? Like, that seems a little risque, a little bit, right? That, and it also seems very, like, super retro, right? Like, people just didn't do that kind of stuff. And it's to this reason today that I've put a little fig leaf over it. It's kind of like, for some people, like, whoa, this is pretty risque, right? So anyway, Donatello, one of the great innovators in sculpture and sculptural history. Certainly, probably, if you were to do a top 10 of sculptors all time, you would have to put Donatello in there. Donatello probably would be I mean, you have, as I said, Ghiberti and Brunelleschi, a number of other sculptors, Verrocchio, around the same sort of time. But Donatello would have been really the great one of that period, who kind of rose, really probably the first star sculptor of all time. Quickly followed after by Michelangelo, who's then followed by Bernini, and then you'd have, we start going to the modern era, you'd Auguste Rodin and Constantine Brancusi, Giacometti, Louise Nevelson, Henry Moore, maybe Picasso, maybe Degas, Edgar Degas, maybe Matisse, and then, I don't know, today you might say Jeff Koons and Damien Hirst would be your probably major ones in contemporary artists. So, but you could see, depending on your criteria, Donatello fits into that certainly top 10 greatest sculptors in human history. And an argument could be made that he's in the top 5, right? So, Everyone's talking about making this guy out of chocolate in the chat there. I love that. Okay, so let's move on to our next step here. So what I want to do is do a little bit of underpainting on my artwork here, so that when I start working on the background, which is now going to occupy the next maybe hour of this episode, I don't lose these details. Now, I did create this. I taped this down so that I will have the option of kind of stretching this back over and maybe doing some outlines on this. Do I want to just leap right into it? Is that a fool's errand here? You know what? Let's just see how actually effective this might be. So let's say I did stretch this back. Let's what if I make a mark right here in that armpit? Let's see. Pretty close. I think I would need just to really pull. Okay, you know what? I was going to do the underpainting. I'm gonna just go right off the cliff here and paint this directly without doing an underpainting. And I probably am going to regret this, but hey, why not, right? Okay, so let's figure out what we want to do. So I'm going to skip over the underpainting for, maybe not. Maybe I need to. No, okay, let's bite the bullet. Let's do this. Let's start. We're going to paint the background for this artwork. So let's look at this image. And I want to do some sort of gray gradient going across this picture in the background. So I want to mix a gray, and I want to have some darker gray at the top, and as I progress to the bottom, get darker, or lighter, sorry. So I need to mix a black. So I'm going to take my cool yellow. I'm going to mix a big batch of this and cool blue. So to make my own black, I take those vibrant colors, my cool yellow and my cool blue, mix them into a nice vibrant green, and then take my warm red, and that warm red is going to contradict that green. It's going to pull the green towards the center. And it's going to cancel all these colors out. So they go from each being really nice, vibrant, bold colors, and as they cross over through the neutral core in the center, they lose their intensity and their vibrancy. And at the moment, they're kind of brown. Now, what that tells me is I don't have enough cool blue in here. Now, when you're mixing black and you get a dark color, it can be kind of hard to discern what that color actually is. Is that brown? Is that purple? Is it dark green? I don't know, right? So the easiest way is to add white to a color like this. It'll lighten it up, but it'll also tell us how close we are to black. I mean, I think this is pretty good, but in a moment we're going to mix a gray. I'm just trying to fully incorporate these colors here so that I do have a nice, consistent color. That looks pretty good. So now I'm going to take this. Just got paint on my face. Let's mix this into the white. So if I had my ratios a little bit wrong, adding white to this color would really reveal what my color actually was. Well, it looks kind of like I did a perfect job. So that's pretty good. Now, yeah, I'm going to coat this painting with this color here. And often I use matte medium. I'm going to use glazing medium just to make this a little bit more transparent, and also it won't dry so quickly, so I don't have to, I'm trying to think on my feet a little bit today, trying to do something maybe a little bit different than I normally do. So using that, the glazing medium has got a chemical that slows the drying time down. So it just gives me an extra, maybe 2 or 3 minutes to kind of overthink things a little bit. You know what, let's just go over this whole thing. Let's just do it. Let's just do this. No better time like today to just do something different than what I normally do. I think just challenging myself, try out a different approach. So yeah, I've completely lost my pencil marks. So the benefit of using the glazing fluid is because it takes longer to dry. I have a little bit more time to work that paint around. There's Vahid Rafi says, "Hi friends, hello. Me, my sister, and my mother are watching you right now. Hi, hello. You got the whole family together. That's great. Awesome." Barbara says, "I'll be very interested to see how you pick out the figure. I'm having the same problem with A.G. Casson's White Pines." The background foreground passes have wiped out the trees. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to do the image transfer again, which is a little bit time consuming, but this will allow me to get a more unified kind of background in. I wasn't expecting to do this, that's why I did the image transfer to begin with, but I'm taking a bit of a chance here. So I'm going to blow dry this. Okay, I keep doing that. I think I hit accidentally the surface of the painting with the hairdryer, nick it a little bit. So the reason I took a little bit longer to blow dry is because remember the glazing fluid's got chemicals that slow the drying time down. So usually Often in the past, I use matte medium to do something like this, which speeds that whole process up because this also dries even faster than acrylic paint. And at least it feels to me, it seems to dry faster than acrylic paint on its own. So, but sometimes if I'm trying to get that even surface, it almost dries too fast, and it's hard for me to kind of blend it in. I start kind of almost peeling paint off, and I get these weird ripples in there. So I substituted glazing fluid for that. Very similar material. I mean, the ultimate result is almost identical, but so my options are to glaze slowly or to try to do it all in one go with mixing wet paint into wet paint. Which direction do I want to go? I think... Okay, so the two options, one is to basically just take my a darker gray and just glaze downwards like this and kind of fade it out. The other option would be to take wet glaze and kind of put some, like this, basically this lighter color down here, and then put a darker glaze and then sort of blend them up. The second one is riskier because you're just doing it wet into wet. I've done it before. I've done both methods dozens of times. They're both kind of equally difficult and fraught. Doing the glazing on just wet into dry is a little bit less fraught, because if it doesn't turn out the way you want, then you, at worst comes to worst, you can just wipe it off. When we're doing wet into wet, it's a little bit more, it's more, at least for me, anxiety inducing, because why did I leave this? It's a little bit more stressful because it kind of happens all at once. So I'm going to do it the more anxiety-inducing one, I think, just because I apparently don't get enough excitement in my life that I need to stress myself out a little bit more. But why not? I'm just going to make sure this is a little bit extra clean. Okay, so that's going to mean making another couple batches of gray. So I want to incorporate, see how there's that blue that just snuck out there? That drives me crazy when paint kind of sneaks off the brush like that. Okay, so we've got that color. Let's mix a darker gray. I want to go darker than that. I don't want to go too much darker because I want to give myself some room to get dark with the sculpture. I don't want the background to overpower the foreground. Okay. So I'm going to put ample amount of glazing fluid in here so that it's got lots of time to dry and for me to fuss endlessly. Oh, that was much lighter. I didn't expect it to be that much lighter than it actually turned out to be. Okay. I'm going to take a third brush here. So I just added a little bit of glazing fluid, just plain glazing fluid, so that I'm not doing this with a dry brush. I'm doing it with a brush that is nice and wet. It's not as dramatic as I was hoping. I was hoping to go for a little bit more contrast. Let's, this is gonna be stupid, but let's, stupidity has never seemed to stop me yet. Let's make this even darker near the top. Again, just plain glazing fluid here. You know what? Probably should just walk away from that's. It's not bad. It's not bad. Not perfect, but it's not bad. Alright, so maybe just before I move on, I'm just going to take this excess paint and kind of consolidate it into a blob like that. So if I do need some paint a couple hours from now, because I do something stupid, I've got some of that paint, which I'm want to do. Going to take my good old-fashioned J. DeFeo painting. This is what I do at the end of every episode. Ah! Okay, this is it. Michael, you never cease to amaze me with your carelessness. I hope those specks will come off after this dries, so that I can pick that off. Good lesson. So just basically whenever you're watching, just take note of what I do and say to yourself, okay, I will never do something that stupid. and then everything I do will be very useful, and Because little bits of from this, little flaked off onto the painting I just so carefully created. So this Jay DeFeo painting I started a few years ago here on one of these episodes. Jay DeFeo was one of the great abstract painters of the 1940s and 50s, an American artist, and this is this beautiful work that she made, or based on her beautiful work she made. And I've just been, at the end of every episode, this is what I do with my extra paint, just keep slathering it on this thing. And I think it turned out awesome. So I just keep on going with that. Hers got so big and heavy that they had to take the wall, the outside wall of her apartment in New York off and use a crane to get it out of her apartment. So I'm going to blow dry this, and hopefully when it's dry, I'll just be able to pick those little bits that flaked off onto the surface. As opposed to if I try to pick it out now, probably, it certainly won't be, that would be a disaster. This could be bad, but maybe not quite as disastrous. Okay, so I did a excessive amount of blow drying on here because remember I used glazing fluid for this technique, and glazing fluid has chemicals that slow the drying time down, and I want this to be as dry as humanly possible before I do my underdrawing or image transfer again. All right, so the longer that can dry, the better. Also, okay. I'm just experimenting with lots of different methods here. So what I want to do is I want to protect the surface from the carbon paper that I'm about to use, because the carbon paper is going to I got paint on it. Oh, the carbon paper. The reason why I like using the carbon paper before I do any paint is the carbon paper can kind of stick to the painted surface. Okay, do I want to use a new piece of carbon paper? You know what, maybe one that has been used a little bit is going to be better, so it doesn't leaves as little bit of residue as possible. Ah, why did okay? Sometimes, sometimes I gotta wonder about myself. You're like, why go to the effort of trying to cut the center out and then I just cut right through the bottom? having a little conversation with myself if I want tape underneath that surface or not. Does it make a difference? Don't think so, but well, this is what happens when you say you're going to do something different, Michael. Chaos, creating havoc for yourself. Oh my goodness, tell me about it. Okay, just before I lay this down, let's just make sure I have a big glop of paint there. Okay, so I just went through all that little rigmarole to create this little thing to protect the surface so that when I'm doing my outline, as much as possible of the background remains undisturbed. She should have used a different color of pen. Often I'll use like a blue or something instead here to tell, so I can see which lines I've done and which ones I haven't. So that's good. You can see this little area, well, right there was the only place where the carbon paper transferred in a way that like it left a little bit of an impression. Had I not made this little stencil like that, in fact, maybe there's no need for me necessarily to peel this whole thing off right now. The other thing too is that's pretty delicate. It is kind of just sitting on the surface, and it is in danger of smearing and smudging more. That's another reason why I like doing the image transfer and then the Imprimatura, so it sort of locks that graphite in place. And also that color might even blend into future layers of paint. What should I do next then? Well, let's think it through. Let's go to the next step. Okay, so I've got my painting, the background, I knock on wood, hopefully finished. And now I want to start painting the foreground. I did my image transfer a second time in the center here. And now I got to figure out how I'm going to paint the figure. So one option would be just to paint the background, like for instance, I could take my local color, which should be kind of like a greenish gray, probably like a color that we see in his chest here, and just cover the entire surface like that. Another option would be to start painting in the dark areas. And of course the other option would be to paint the light areas in first. Whenever I don't know exactly what to do, you'll know that when I decide to have a little bit of tea, because that's usually I'm thinking, okay, I am totally screwed here. Speaking of which, I think I just need to get a little bit of a throat lozenge. My throat is pretty dry. So give me a moment here. I love that, Pascal. This pause is presented to you by Amsterdam Paints. Amsterdam, we made Dutch art first. And Wally says, but brought to you not by Museum Color. Pascaline says, question, would pencil drawings fade away in sketchbooks? They shouldn't. They could smudge, and you see, Senga says you could use a fixative spray or hairspray. Yeah, although hairspray is not archival. So if you spray something with hairspray, it's possible in 5 years, 2 years to a few months that the acids in the hairspray could start to leave little stains and dissolve the paper and, of course, the drawing with it. Like, kind of like if you leave a French fry or potato chip on a napkin, you know, overnight, you might be able to see through that napkin by the morning, right? So I would be careful about, I would use an archival spray, like a specific spray you buy from an art supply store, to spray on a drawing. But a drawing shouldn't, it won't fade away. Like graphite or charcoal, they're not, even like a painting, even if the color in the painting isn't light fast and it fades, the brush strokes will remain there. So a future generation could, you know, especially with the technology as it keeps improving, they might, your color might be gone, but they should be able to kind of x-ray it and find where the brush strokes were, so that potentially they would be able to kind of restore that painting. But, you know, we have drawings made by artists from 500 years ago that have survived over time. One thing to think about, though, is a lot of artists, I mean, they did draw on paper with charcoal. Graphite is a more recent innovation. But a lot of artists would use a technique called like a dry point or silver tipped pen. And you can buy these kinds of things online, and you can make them yourself by like basically drawing into wax. Anyway, I'm avoiding thinking about my artwork here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix my local color, which again, the local color is this kind of greenish gray, probably the one up here. And then I'm going to add black to it, and then I think I'm going to paint the darker areas, almost like an underpainting, and then go over and apply. Maybe then I'll do the highlights. Let's just do everything different than I normally do, all in one painting. Why not? Let's which is also very fitting for Donatello, and for that matter, making a painting of a sculpture. It gives us an opportunity to, because Donatello was one of the greatest innovators in sculpture history. So it makes sense for this episode to do things that we normally don't do and try to push the boundaries a little bit. Okay, so how do we mix this green? That's the question. So this is a really almost a neutral green. This one's going to give me a little bit of... I mean, it looks like we've got warm yellows in here. Let's try mixing the paint and see how close we get. So let's take our warm yellow and our warm blue. Mix that together. Let's take some black. And that gets us pretty close to our, what we would say, our local color. Right? So that was our warm yellow plus warm blue with a little bit of the black that we made previously. Now, I could take this color and just paint it over top of the entire surface. But instead, let's take more blue. So you can see at this point now, this is maybe, I would say 80% blue. A little bit of black. And a little bit of warm yellow. Okay. Just clean my brush. Am I gonna regret this? No. Let's just let's peel this off. It's just kind of getting in the way here. So I'm going to take this color that I just mixed and just kind of like do my underpainting slash shadow shapes with it. Maybe let's start to zoom in. Let's start kind of towards the bottom, probably where less people are going to be looking, so that we can kind of practice a little bit down here. Get our bearings a little bit. Okay. Now I can go, I will go darker than this. Come back to the sword later. I think I'm just going to make that much darker. Just adding a little bit of glazing fluid here. It makes the paint a little bit more transparent, but also a little bit more fluid-like. I have to make sure my hand is clean here. I don't want to stamp around on this surface here, because it's still a little bit tacky, and I don't want that paint to any paint that's on my hand, even dried paint, will kind of adhere to that surface. So let's blow dry all of this. Ari says, it reminds me of Peter Pan. That's a really interesting hey, I don't know, maybe JMW Barrie was influenced by, I mean it does have a Pan-ish quality for sure. That's that's an interesting little tidbit to notice. I like that. Pascal, he got confused. He thought it was a fireman. His hat, but he ended up in a sauna. Very funny. A sauna hat. Ari says Michelangelo's David is very different. Lolly says, yeah, Ari, I thought this guy was going to be more of the Michelangelo type, but he has definitely more of the Peter Pan pixie going on here. I wonder if this David befriends fishes. Does Peter Pan befriend fishes? Maybe. Is that part of the Peter Pan story? The fishes. What's the association of fishes? You guys, funny. Well, he says the green makes me barf. Okay. Pascal says reminds me of the Hulk. Pascal says reminds me of frogs. Well, he says a friend of mine had synesthesia and said that I had a pale blue, sparkly voice. I just wondered if smelling in color was a thing. Possible. Some people speak in colors, hear in colors, don't they? You guys are making me hungry talking about fish and soy sauce and chocolate. My goodness. Okay. Let's mix this again. A much lighter, more yellowish green. So basically like reapplying my Imprimatura, because there's this green kind of in the bronze. We'll see here in a few minutes. I'm also going to paint a bit of a slightly reddish brown in a few places. I suppose I could have painted this before I did the darker lines, maybe. Probably would have made sense. Probably, yeah, that probably would have been smart, but it didn't even really occur to me to do this until I got further into doing. But now that I'm doing it, I've been like, okay, well, that I should have maybe even have done that over top of my pencil lines just to help lock them in. Because now I'll have to go over most of those lines. I mean, I was planning on doing it anyway, but might have saved me a little bit of time in the long run, but so I'm almost done here. I mean, I still have lots more work to do, but I am pleased with where I was able to get to at this point. There would have been, like, I could have done the background in a different manner, you know, painted around the figure, but one thing that's nice is that background is solid. It doesn't kind of go up and kind of get a little bit kind of fidgety and anxious about the edges of the figure. It is unquestionably consistent. It goes right behind that figure. So because sometimes, you know, if you're painting something like that, you kind of get a little afraid of crossing over these lines. There's a little bit of hesitancy, and it leaves a little bit sometimes like a weird jagged edges around the figure. So by just doing this, like, so, you know, if I was going to start this painting over, I would probably just do the gray first. I mean, I still believe in putting the Imprimatura, that yellow, down, but you could probably skip that step and just go right to the gray and then do the image transfer as I've done. But again, I didn't know this is the process I would be doing until really I started doing it. I kind of thought about different things, but if just watching what I'm doing right now should be just evidence that sometimes you just need to start the painting. You can only, at least my brain is, I have a fairly small brain, so I have to kind of do it, and then as I do it, ideas and strategies come to me. Versus if I just try to sit here and like Sherlock Holmes and just try to compute all the possibilities before I take a single step, I'd be here forever trying to, what's the best way to start? I don't know. Should I do this or that? It's just like, just start it. And immediately by starting it, you can start to see which directions are going to work better than others. And it sometimes does mean that there's a little bit of repetition or but yeah, I mean, obviously if you're watching now, you can kind of learn from what my mistakes or my progress here and progress in a different manner. But I like how that's guys, talking about food is not, it's not fair. It's not, it's just, it's mean. Pascaline says peanut butter Kit Kat is what I need. That's a great idea. I'll just have a little, thank you. Oh. That sounds great, Pascaline. That's, wow. Barbara says, just getting on with it is the best thing I've learned from you, Michael. I appreciate that. Yeah. But that's just come from experience. Like, yeah, there's only so much thinking you can do in advance, and at some point you just have to pick up the paintbrush, start. Worst comes to worst, you paint for a little while, and then you realize, you know what? I think I got to start this over because I just figured out a better way of doing it quicker that might look better. But, and that might feel like a waste of time in the moment, but how would you have known otherwise? Right? Sometimes you just gotta do it in order to see how it's gonna work. Okay, let's look at the original. Next, I want to start putting in some of these reddish colors in a few, like kind of reddish brown colors. And we see actually quite a lot of that throughout this. So let's, we're just going to add a little bit of warm red into this same mixture. In fact, probably going to just make a little bit more of it. Okay, so I've got my red, or my green, sorry. I'm just going to take some warm red, mix it in here, and that gives me kind of a reddish brown. You see, I don't need too much. Well, I'm going to maybe make a version just a little bit more red. Let's push that extreme a little bit more. I keep almost putting. I should move this back here. Which I have done a few times. You've probably seen me accidentally put my paintbrush into my tea, and it's like, no, no, ah. Okay. I don't know what the logic of where the reddish colors go. I'm just looking at the original. It looks like in many places, areas that might get cleaned a little bit less. It might be protected from more of the... I don't know if this artwork was ever installed outside. Like, obviously, bronze, when it's made, has a bit more of the color that I'm using right now. That it turns kind of green over time. We say a patina, right? It's how it oxidizes and turns this kind of greenish color. That's good. I mean, in a way, it's it kind of feels like it went a little bit downhill from the previous step. Right? It felt like, wow, I really liked that green. Now that kind of brown color. Oh. But again, just have to remember, have to try to keep my eyes on the final image. That this is just one step along the way. And you know, I often use that example of the roller coaster of a painting kind of goes up, where you're like, wow, it's going great, and then, oh no, holding on for dear life, and then it comes back up again, and there's those dips and peaks, and while you're working on a painting, and just the important thing is to keep moving forward, because all of a sudden, this sort of looks like I just smeared a bunch of poop or something all over it, right? It looks kind of, you know, got green and then brown smeared all over it. So yeah, it's kind of, it's a little less tasteful or something, right? But these are all just layers in the process. So important thing is keep on moving forward. What are you guys talking about? You guys are gonna have cakes? Senga says, I would like to put Michael up for an award. I bet there will be awards. We could probably nominate him best teacher, best YouTuber, best something. He definitely deserves it. Definitely, he shares so much knowledge with people from around the world consistently. Lolly says, I know Senga, you can imagine the impact he has had on so many people, his students, us, the people we are around, the people we interact with, a chain of people who have been positively influenced by him. Senga says, I smell burgers. I smell burgers. Senga says, definitely we can create a page on Facebook to get signatures or something for the time he has given people. An amazing man. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Yeah, Lolly was right. You've all made me stupidly starving. All this food talk. My goodness. I still got another, like, 3 hours to go here, folks. Just, let's just pump the brakes on all the food talk here. Feel free to do whatever you want to do. I'm just kidding. But, okay. I think I'm just, now that we've got, you know, our background as hopefully established, shouldn't need to go back there, although I do see a few areas where it's a little bit patchy. That's a little bit unfortunate, but it's probably best just to leave it. If I try to touch it up, I'm asking for trouble. So the next, and then I got my figure, I did the second image transfer, and basically a second Imprimatura for the figure, and then now I've applied a little bit of this reddish kind of brown color over top. So now, what do we want to do next? I mean, we can go in any direction. We could go to the highlights, we could go to the shadows. Maybe let's look at the piece and see if the piece can tell us what it should be done next. Let's see them side by side here. I'm almost tempted to do some highlights. Or the middle value? It doesn't really make much of a difference. I always just kind of like thinking about all of that, though. I think I'm going to go to my middle value here. So I'm going to put my glazing fluid into this darker paint. Let's just make a bigger mixture of it. Take a whole bunch of my warm yellow, a little bit less of my warm blue. Actually, that is kind of nice. Maybe I will paint with a bit of this in some of the lighter areas. Maybe I will, since I've got that paint mixed up. Barbara says, usually light to dark, but anything goes today, right? Yeah. I mean, I tend to mostly start in the center and then work my way out. Kind of starting from a middle value, or we might say the local color, and then get darker, and then often I end with my highlights. Well, sometimes a little bit of outlining and then highlights, but so I definitely kind of usually start in the center and then work my way outward. We looked at Michelangelo last episode. Michelangelo's more likely to start towards the darkest and then work his way towards the light. And actually looking at the way that painting turned out, that there is a lot of value to that. I like that approach. I think that turned out pretty well, especially for skin tones. That's a great lesson I learned from that last episode. Like, I'm always learning, right? Starting with going from light to dark is harder because it's you almost have to think in the negative, like a photographic negative, which is harder to do. I know there's I've seen people talk about that as an approach. Certainly far less common, but if it works for you, I think go for it. But it's definitely, you almost have to. Yeah, it's just harder to kind of conceptualize that. Maybe I'm going to start with this bigger brush here. Let's go zoom back in. Maybe this it might be a little bit too transparent, this paint. Just gonna get a dry brush to go back over these brush strokes if I need to keep them from getting too like, I don't want those lines to necessarily harden in place. You know, I am kind of mostly just going over top of a lot of things here. And so potentially I could just smear it over the whole thing and be done with it. But as I often say, like, just me doing this, it's like I'm kind of practicing, becoming more familiar with the shapes. Okay. That's okay. Maybe let's do... Let's finally... I did talk about doing some highlights prior, so maybe we should do that next. I'm just going to clean these brushes. Kathy says, hello to all you art addicts. 12 hours wasn't enough the other night. Okay. Let's blow dry that really quickly. Let's take some... Whoa, there we are. Okay, let's take some of this green, mix it in with some white. I'm going to apply a generous amount of glazing fluid here, because obviously that white is very opaque. It'll cover up anything underneath. And I want to preserve all those colors I just spent the last 20 minutes painting. And also the glazing fluid allows me to soften and blend any edges. So let's clean that. To get a little soft, a little brush I can use for doing softening out my lines. And I got my paint here with glazing fluid. We'll see how transparent this is. I might have gone too far. I might need more white. We'll see very quickly here. Again, I'm going to start maybe a little bit lower down so that I can kind of practice a bit and get my confidence up before I tackle, let's say, the face, right? Yeah, it's good. I mean, obviously I'm going to lighten it up even more later on, but I'm just getting started here, so... So also this is different than just, you know, I don't want to paint over all of the browns and reds, because it's not just, like, that's a slightly different thing. That's my middle value, so I'm not just going to paint over that. Oops, sorry. Not on camera there. Okay, let's now go back up. Now that I feel like I have a better idea what I want to do. So usually I do this towards the end. I don't usually do these highlights at this stage of the painting. But I'm just going to do a little bit of this now. So I'm just looking for the little shapes these highlights create. Okay. Barbara says, we're all happy in the UK as it started early today. Us hardcore Brits usually have to stay up all night to watch. You guys are hardcore. It is true. Barbara says, I don't want to miss a step, so everything stops for Michael. Singer says, I could watch Michael all day long. You guys are so so sweet, fascinating. Kathy says, he is mesmerizing. I often paint other things with his voice in the background. Any old class. Oh, you guys are so sweet. Barbara says, I was getting set to paint myself, but I just got lost watching Michael paint. Kathy says, I would never get a chocolate sculpture done. I would eat it before it was finished. I like that. Okay, I should probably blow dry this, and then we'll go into the darks. We'll probably spend the next little bit here doing all the darker values. Ike says, I wanted to say how much I appreciate the drawing guide you've made and how much it has helped me find my passion for art again. Thank you for the time and patience you put into those classes. Wow, that is so cool. I love that you say that it helped you find your passion for art again. Wow, that's so cool. Man, I don't know what to... I don't know what to say to comments like that. That's just so... That makes me happy. That makes doing what I'm doing feel so worthwhile, right? Like, I want to be able to help other artists on their journey, just as other artists helped me along my journey. And knowing that I've helped just a couple people along the way just makes it feel all worthwhile, right? So... Wow, that's thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Ari says, Michael, when will we paint one of your original paintings? Oh, maybe one day. Maybe one day. That I'd have to think about which one I'd want to do. Definitely be an older one that yeah, I'd have to think about that. Okay. I'm just zoning out, looking at this painting. I really like how this is unfolding at the moment. And again, my emotions have gone a little bit up and down. You know, different... You know, when I said I put the brown on, I was like, oh, I know it's supposed to be there, but oof, I don't really like the way it looks at this moment. And just have to just tell myself, okay, but this isn't the finished painting. This is just a step in the painting. And it has to be there, but it's stuff is going to cover over top of it. So just don't get freaked out on me, Michael. Just keep moving. Okay. So let's... How dark should we go? That's dark. I mean, it's not as dark as we'll ultimately go, but I think this would probably be a good darker middle to dark value to step to next, and then we'll work our way to like almost a black. Maybe probably be this, another step, and then black. So we'll use this in many more places. So we'll paint this into the darker areas, but in a larger space, and then each time getting to smaller and smaller. Same thing we'll do with the highlights. We'll add some white eventually, but just in tiny little places. So I'm trying to find all these little shapes in here. Where do these darker shapes go? Okay, I'm gonna blow dry this in a second, and then probably do the same thing. I might go over, um, I mean, it definitely has to get darker. But I don't mind so much of that local color kind of coming through. I mean, obviously it doesn't have to be quite as dark as the original. I mean, I'm going to put like basically almost black into the shadows. In fact, maybe I should start going in that direction soon. And then I'll see how I feel about my mid values, if they need to get dark. You guys are you pay attention. Kathy says Michael likes cream of Earl Grey tea. Not sure about what cake though. Wow, I don't know how many times I mentioned that, but probably not that many times. Wow, you guys are. I gotta be careful what I say. Everyone is keeps good track of what I'm saying here. That is true. I do like the cream of Earl Grey. Barbara says I sent my sister PG Tips tea bags. Cost $2.50 for the box and $30 for postage. Isn't that true? I was mailing some stuff the other day. I'm like, wow, these prices have gone up. I mailed when I was in Australia some postcards, and I think they were like $2.50, something like $2.50 Australian to mail a postcard. I'm like, whoa. And same sort of thing here in Canada, mailing, because whenever I travel, I like to send out postcards to friends. I like receiving postcards, and so when you sometimes get the price tag. The last few trips, like I'd have maybe like 50 postcards, and it would cost me like a couple $100. I'm like, oh my goodness, people really got to appreciate the mail when it arrives. Patsy says, my favorite is Earl Grey too. Yes. I mean, I like all kinds of tea. I mean, I like Earl Grey tea, cream of Earl Grey tea, cream of Earl Grey breakfast tea, English breakfast Earl Grey, cream of Earl Grey green tea, cream of matcha grey tea. I'm just kidding. I like green tea as well. I like English breakfast. I like Irish breakfast. When I was in Australia, I bought some Melbourne breakfast. Was that what it is? Melbourne? Yeah, I think I got Melbourne breakfast, Sydney breakfast, and Brisbane breakfast. Even though my sister and her family live in Sydney, I gotta say I like the Melbourne breakfast better. But, wow, Barbara says, I love postcards. I have 2 that my granddad sent from the trenches in World War I in 1917. Wow, that is incredible. Wow. I'm just getting my heater. That's wild. Postcard from the trenches. Just imagine what he saw. I mean, you probably don't want to because it's so terrifying, but just to think, the thought that the mail was still running. I mean, you had to, like, to keep the morale up. A note from home would make such a huge difference for a poor fellow trapped in the mud and muck and everything else going on down there. Anyway. Let's think happy thoughts. Let's think happy thoughts. Let's take. Is this black still going? Okay, there's still a little life in that. I think I'm gonna need to mix a new black. So. Potato scone Scottish breakfast. Now, is that a tea, or are you talking about a potato scone and a Scottish breakfast tea? Because I'm sure there's a Scottish breakfast. Somebody's got to have made it. But is there a potato scone Scottish breakfast? That sounds like here in Canada we have lots of flavors of potato chips. Like we have poutine, French fry and gravy, poutine, potato chips. Like, I remember when I was a kid, like, I just took it for granted that there were dozens of different kinds of potato chip flavors. And then I remember when I was a student in New York going down there, and I go into a grocery store and they just had like 3 flavors, like salt and vinegar, barbecue. I think things have changed dramatically, but as a kid growing up, there was salt and vinegar, barbecue, cream, sour cream and onion. That one I liked a lot. Ketchup, that was one that always people were like, what? A ketchup flavored? That's how you knew you were Canadian, when you're like, go to the convenience store in New York City. Do you have ketchup flavored potato chips? And be like, what did you just say? Get out of my store. You must be drunk. No, I swear. I swear back in Canada we have ketchup flavored potato chips. Okay, what color is that? I probably put too much red in there. See, it's a bit more yellow. Kind of goes back and forth. Sometimes you put too much of one color in and it's like, oh, now it's too green. Put a little too, but now it's put too much red in there, now it looks too brown. I mean, this is why paint manufacturers make so many different colors, because, you know, while we can just mix our own, it's certainly handy to have, to just open up a tube and squeeze out the color you want, right? You don't have to do any of that work. But the one reason why I really like mixing all my own colors is that all those any color we mix out of the same, like if we start with a very limited palette, and so painting with what we're doing here, the split primary palette, is we call a limited palette, like 6 colors plus white, maybe even black, is very limited compared to the way some people paint with like maybe dozens of colors. And I've told the story before, but sorry, I'm just trying to think where I want to do this. Sorry, let me just start this. Okay, so I'm just taking my black, mixing up a dark green here. And now taking my black, a little bit of my dark green. So I'm not going full on black just yet. I want to save that for maybe the very end if I need it. So I want to do maybe one step worth of this, and then if I need that black, I still always got it available to myself. Now, what was the story I was about to say? I don't know. I had some incredible, profound wisdom to impart to the world. Oh yes, and the distinction between crisps and chips. Chips in England are closer to what we call French fries. Crisps, we don't really have anything called crisps in North America. Oh, onion rings. I love onion rings. Prawn cocktail, Worcester sauce, ketchup flavor. What is going on here? You guys talking about sausage toddy with an egg, black pudding, bacon fried egg. Wow. Steak slice and onions, fried yum, toddy scone and egg. Yeah. Saying, I think you're just typing a bunch of food words in here. I think you're yes, you are making me hungry, Sing. It just makes me think of like Homer Simpson. Scottish scone, potato scone, sausages, bacon, eggs, chocolate, fried mushroom, beans, fried bread. Okay, yeah. Sometimes you look at your watch and then you look at the time and then you don't actually, then you have to look at it again because somehow you didn't actually look at the time. You're like, oh, look at the time. Okay, and then somebody like, I actually don't know what I just did there. So, okay, let's use our black here. I'm going to put some glazing fluid. So that's going to make this more transparent. If I had just started painting that, it would be pretty dark. Okay, yeah, I might need to even go smaller here. Just checking that my blending brush is nice and dry. Okay, now we're gonna bring some features back that I've kind of got buried under a few layers of paint here. So I got to try to keep that jaw, relatively wide. I kind of maybe even made it a little bit more narrow than it should have been. But the more narrow that jaw becomes, the more feminine the face is going to appear. And it's a delicate balance because David is kind of a youngish boy. So we don't want him to look like he's, 30 or 40. We still want him to look kind of young. And when men are younger, their faces tend to be rounder and have a bit more of a feminine quality. Maybe I'll wait to do the collarbone, maybe with a lighter gray. So I'm just going to keep on going around here, some of the darker areas. Let's do that again. wash a paintbrush that was just sitting there on the table. Somebody asked me something a while ago, and I was going to tell some kind of story, and I forgot. Good point. Barbara says, this reminds me of the painting of God by Elsa von Freytag-Loringhoven. Lots of subtle color and highlights. It wasn't bronze, but it was a bit of old sink pipe. That's right. That's true. That's very true. Well, this is, I just didn't realize that a painting of a bronze sculpture could come out looking so good. I shouldn't think like that. I know Michael always finds a way. I'm just jealous. Why does the painting look so good? Like, unfairly, unjustly, unbelievably good. He literally was just looking like Homer Simpson just a short while ago, and all was yellow, and now he looks amazing. You guys are so sweet. Okay. Let's keep this freight train running. I'm going to skip over the rest of the belly for just a moment and start working on the left side here so I don't have to reach over the painting. Ah! I'm going to skip over the sword here for a few minutes. So that I can keep, because I might have to mix more black paint. I've still got this paint here that I'm working my way through, but I want to use as much of it across the rest of the body where I need it so that I can stay consistent with this color. So I'm just easing up on the outline on the right side because there's a lot more light there, so I don't want to just kind of lay in a big shot or outline there because it'll be kind of distracting. So I'm not super happy with the way that blended. So I just take a little bit of glazing fluid, get that on my blending brush. And I can kind of just blend that away. So I'll have to go in and add a little bit more there, but it's okay. And these are kind of tricky because they're just such weird little things where all that skin kind of bunches up and so the trick is just like kind of careful observation, right? Just to dry, and I'll touch all that up later. Let's just keep on. Maybe let's go back to this hand right here. So arguably the most amount of detail is down here at the very bottom of this painting. So I might have to mix some more of my green again. Where's my black? a little glop of texture from the previous layer. Just trying to scratch a bit of it away so it's not in the way. I know this looks a little bit different than what's in the image, in the photograph, but I gotta make it kind of consistent to this boot, at least the way that I've already painted it. Because if I start modifying this, then it's like, oh, he's wearing two different boots. That's odd. We're like, no, 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 that's kind of like what the photograph looks like. It's just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, it still looks a little strange, don't you think? So sometimes you gotta paint it wrong to make it look right. Alright, because unless I plan on having the original sitting right next to this, a I've got to make my own painting make sense. Kind of goofed that up a little bit, but I'll come around and get it when I do my highlights later. Barbara says, let's hope that's his beard. I think so. What else could it be? Kathy says, does the toe in his mouth? I don't see. So there's the big toe. Here's all of David's toes. There's the mouth of Goliath right there. I mean, I've probably maybe clarified it more than the original. Like, I'm not... What is this? That, Are these like gold coins? I'm not... It's kind of hard to discern what exactly we're looking at down here. Maybe these are like ruins of the city? Or the army? Or maybe this is Goliath's armor that's in ruins here? I'm sure probably plenty has been written about it over the centuries, so that information's probably there if I did a little bit of searching for it. Okay. Thing that says looks ribbed like a frisp. Thing that says my daughter's toes are long. Maybe that's his slingshot. Maybe that's good. I think this slingshot's in his hand. Well, it says yeah, it's probably just frisps, leftover frisps from back in the day. What's a frisp? Are we talking about crisps? Is that a typo? Or is there such a thing as a frisp? I don't know. I think they were made of leather. Oh, or is this maybe some sort of... This could be some sort of leaf, like or a bundle of branches or something. I'm gonna pretend like I don't see it, so I don't have to do too much extra work here. I know I don't really see the bottom of his sandal in the sculpture. But again, it's important to me that I kind of clarify my own painting. So that somebody doesn't like, that's strange. Is he just wearing like big long socks? Like maybe his socks are worn through and... No, there was sandals, but they're kind of hidden. Oh, yeah, well, it kind of looks like he's wearing weird socks or something. Okay, let's I'll look at this. Let's clean this brush up a second here. Well, he says, I wouldn't be surprised Michael wanted to jack in all his teaching stuff after this. With a 12-hour shift and then hours dealing with us lot, his head is probably scrambled. Barbara says, Michael, do bottle tops. Do bottle tops. I might, let's just take a second. See if I can find... I didn't even look at this view. I could have done a kind of marble plinth. What is that? That's like some sort of... It's like a garland or something. Or maybe it's a shield? Maybe... I bet you that's what it is. I'm willing to bet it's a shield of some kind. Oh, yeah. This bizarreness. Oh, what is that? Okay, so these were some kind of feathered wings on the helmet. That's what that is. Interesting. This is so clunky. Yeah, it looks like a wreath or some sort of... Yeah, okay. Getting there. So, big old wreath of some kind. Senga says bottle tops. Well, bottle tops is about... I don't think there were bottle tops for another, like, 300 years at this time. Man, but painting this... So I have done a little bit of weird photoshopping in here, so it probably does... Oof, that's a lot of detail. Okay, I think I need to... sketch this out. Maybe I'm gonna get a bigger piece of paper here. Well, let's just use this little bit of scrap paper here. So if I imagine that type of shape. Something like... Right, doesn't that make sense that it would be something like that? Oh, bird feathers? Barbara says, look, it's leaves or some sort of layered, like, bird feathers. Dive deeper says, what's going on? Lolly says, none of us really know. That's a good point. None of us really know what's going on. Okay, so let's bring it back. So, I'm sometimes just drawing it out, like, just helps me clarify this so that when I go to paint it, I have a better idea of what I'm doing. Because I could just, no one's going to spend more than 10 seconds looking at this stuff, even though it's going to take me 20 minutes to paint, minimum. But, again, all of this stuff at the bottom of my painting is important. It helps, it's literally supporting the rest of the statue. Okay, let me just quickly, got a bunch of messages here. Oh my goodness, my legs. Standing like this. I got a mat that I stand on, but and I'm wearing pretty comfortable shoes too, but I am feeling pretty good about this. Like, I do feel like I mean, I could probably just do this wreath or shield or whatever we're talking about down here and move on, but well, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's a few little things I want to do, but probably pretty close. Okay. So, bearing this in mind, where do I want to start it? Okay, so because of all of that, I need to... Take my yellow, whitish green. So I really should have figured this out much earlier, but I didn't, so that's okay. At some point you gotta deal with it, so... Okay, okay. This looks like people are having too much fun in the chat there. Getting pretty silly. Oh, goodness. I guess it's happy hour somewhere on this planet right now, you guys. Okay, so I'm going to take my, this dark green and just go in, and I want to try to get this done as quickly as, or not the whole painting, but really this area is done as quickly as possible so I can move on. I've still got lots of other stuff to do here, so... And, you know, if in doubt, I can just sort of put a big shadow on a lot of this stuff. But the one thing is, like, if I do spend a little bit of time articulate this, and then I do put a shadow on it, even though most of this just sort of will disappear into the shadow, it'll still... anyone looking at it will be like, oh, cool, look at all the detail down here. It's, like, barely visible. Like, it reminds me, when I was in... what did I... I'm trying to think of... I did a painting. I'm just trying to think of what... I think I was putting together my portfolio for art school. And... who did I show it to? Anyway, somebody said... I don't know if this... anyway, somebody looked at it, and I had done a picture of some trees on a hillside or something. And there was a lot of them, and I kind of lost the plot at some point. And I just ended up putting most of them into like a big shadow. So there was a big shadow over most of the trees that were kind of a little bit sloppy. Long story short, I showed it to somebody, and I don't remember how this story goes. I don't think I've ever told it. But this person I showed it to, you know, was a little bit older, maybe was a teacher, maybe, I don't know, but it was like, wow, I really like how this turned out. I love how you put all that detail into the shadows, that it's not just a solid black shape, but there's actually detail in there. And I don't know if I responded. I might have been like, yeah, totally, that's exactly what I was trying to do. I probably didn't say that, oh, I'm actually just, I kind of didn't know. I kind of messed up the trees, and I just was trying to cover up my mistakes. But it made me realize, like, oh yeah, like, this area that could be, you know, a terrible mistake, all of a sudden looks like I've done something really neat to it, because, you know, there's now it's all in shadow, but there's something there. It's not just a, you know, a big blob of black paint there, that there's something in the shadows. And, you know, I think about that all the time. You know, it's even just doing what I'm doing now. Like, obviously it came into my mind at this moment because it's, even though that happened, like, probably 30 years ago or more, that obviously made, stuck in my mind as like, oh, I can put a little, just a little shadow, or paint this thing and then throw a shadow over top of it, and it's going to look really cool because it'll look like I spent a long time in there. So just because it didn't turn out the way I wanted doesn't mean it's some kind of disaster. There's something... Okay, that's good. I like that. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. I'll put a... So, let's blow dry that. I am tempted to put... Oh, sorry, it's not on camera. I'm tempted to put a little bit of marble under this. My only thought is, it is strange if there's just this tiny little bit of pinkish white poking out at the bottom. Is it best just to omit it entirely? I think, and if I want to do it, I maybe should do it right now. If I did that, where would it be? It would be... Okay, actually it wouldn't be too far down. It would be kind of poking out right there. Or I could just do it as like a black plinth. Okay. Marble color. Pascal, everyone holding their breath. Do it, do it. Okay, more red. Oh. Where should we do this? Too much blue. Not bad. Oh. Okay, if it doesn't work out, it's all your fault. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that. Just do a second background. Okay, let's Okay, I think some of that I'm just going to put in the shadows. Okay. Let's blow dry all that. we're getting pretty close to the end here. There's a few things like some highlights and some shadows I want to put in, but I think the majority of the most important stuff has been accomplished. I could still paint on this for hours more and get more detail and highlights and stuff, but I think I'm feeling pretty good about where I've gotten to, so I'm happy saying bye soon. Okay, so let's take a look at the original and then mine. I need to darken the sword. Really, that's probably arguably the darkest part here. I need to do a little bit of highlights and shadows elsewhere. It's still by no means, I still probably have a good half hour to go here. But we're getting to the home stretch here. Pascal says, if a sculptor makes it in bronze for the sword, can't he just put the actual sword in there? Could be. Could be. It would be handy if you had it in your house and then somebody broke in. You could just take the sculpture's sword and use it to defend yourself. So let's gonna mix a bit more of my green. Oh, this is starting to get kind of a little bit gummy. Just put a little bit of glazing fluid in here. This is pretty dark, but since I'm almost done here, I want something that's be kind of as fluid as possible while still being opaque, just to make my life as easy as possible. And also, since I'm close to finishing the painting, it makes it easy to erase something if I do make a mistake. This has turned out pretty good. This is great. Okay. Okay, let's zoom back in. Oh, there's Deborah I see in the chat there. Just signed in and found you're almost done. Yeah. Well, now that you're here, Deborah, all the people who are on the other side of the planet can finally go to bed. Been waiting for someone to hand the stream off to. Ah, none of that's on camera, Michael. Gosh. Okay, let's I want to blow dry that, and then I'm just gonna get a bunch of darker areas here. Yeah, well, maybe let's do that now. Drives me crazy when I look up and I'm not on. What I'm painting is not on the screen. I'm like, ah! What is going on here? Deborah says, I'm sure that the laughing that Rick is doing is making him cough. I'm not with him in the hospital. Are you okay, Rick? There's been some wildness in that chat tonight. I think everyone's going to have a little bit of a timeout after this. You guys are a wild bunch. So I drew those lines on the leaves. It felt a little bit too dark. A little bit too prominent. There's something about his abdominals that I'm not the biggest fan of. What's not working? Okay. Blow dry this. Okay, maybe just a little bit of faux detail up here on the hat. Oh, and I guess a few little highlights, but not much. I think I'm almost done here. Let's just clean up some brushes, and I think just the last little bit here. Senga, why is his wellies have why do his wellies have open toes? Why do his rubber boots have open toes? And Pascal says they didn't shower as much back then. He had to stay exposed to the rain. Yeah, you got to keep those feet open so they can be easily cleaned by the rain. Makes sense. Makes sense. It does strike me, just as I think about this, how it is odd that the sword, like this is probably Goliath's sword, not David's sword, because David has the sling. So it's interesting. You'd almost expect that sword to be even bigger. It's odd that he's holding the sword, because you might assume when you see that he has cut off Goliath's head himself, when it's actually Goliath falling down cuts his own head off. Oh yeah, let's blow dry this real quick. I don't think I did that recently. think we need like a drum machine, so whenever a little joke happens in the chat there's a doomts. There's a lot of those in there. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I just want to do final touches with some highlights. I'm not sure how wake this paint still is. Let's just... Oh, it's still going. Okay. Goes to show how adding a little bit of that glazing fluid into the paint, oops, keeps it wet longer than one might expect it to be. Maybe I guess since I'm right here, let's start at the bottom. Any major highlights that I need to put in here? Let's just push this along a little bit. Let's get a bit more white in here. course, none of that's on camera. Excellent. Ah, not even on camera at all. Okay. Okay, let's just erase that. A little bit of water on this cloth. Gene says, when I added glaze to my paint, it made the texture like jelly. Is that normal? It should make it more fluid-like. Right? You see how, like, I only add little drops of it, mix it into the paint, depending on how much paint I'm mixing, but it should be more it's like adding water to the paint, so but not quite as thin as water. So potentially you've got some old glazing fluid. You know, might have dried a little bit in the jar or something at the art supply store. Just getting the sword. There's this big reflection down here. let that dry. I gotta wrap up pretty soon here. I know those reflections aren't really there in his hair, but that's what I've painted. I painted the hair that way, so I'm going to embrace what I've put down. I want to do that other line. I do love how the nose has those two little lines on there, but don't know if it's worth trying to pull off or if it even makes sense. Barbara says, I love this bit, watching the final tweaks. Gene says, this is my favorite part to paint, the final touches. Pascal says, missed a spot next to the index finger on the sword. Yeah, that little bit of orange, I kind of like that, actually. I know what you're saying. It's part of the handle on the sword, but I think I'm going to leave it there because I like the it just breaks up the color of the form. But I see what you mean, Pascal, for sure. But I do appreciate the attention to detail. That's awesome. Because definitely there are times where I'll finish a painting here and then I look at it an hour later and I'm like, oh my goodness, I forgot to do the most obvious part. Did anybody else notice? Was people too afraid to say anything? Okay, let's blow dry this and just take a look at how they look. Okay, I think it's about as good as it's going to get. I could still tinker with it for a little while longer, but I'm pretty happy with the way it looks. So that's often, if it's good enough, I think that's good enough, right? So just before we do so, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. About 80% or more of the people who watch these videos are not subscribers to the channel. So even if an extra 5, 10, 15% of those people who watch subscribed, my life would change overnight. And you don't have to do anything but just hit a little button. Doesn't cost you a penny, but it sure makes a difference to a YouTuber like myself. If you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal, you can leave $1, $5, price of a cup of coffee through PayPal. Very easy to sign up for. You can also use the super chat while we're here live, although YouTube takes a hefty chunk. If you want to contact me via email to send a check in the mail or a letter or whatever, or you want to send an e-transfer, my email's on my website and the Facebook group. Both of those links are down below. And of course, again, thank you to all of those of you who've been supporting the channel for years now. I owe everything to your support, so I'm super grateful for all of the small and large donations over the years. So thank you once again. Of course, that should go without saying, obviously, though. But okay, so there's the original Donatello. And I'm going to bring my version up side by side there. So, you know, I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out. I think I could certainly have continued darkening this down further and further and further, and also amplifying the highlights further and further and further. So, because I don't have any pure white on here, and we see in the photograph, there's definitely some areas of pure white and also pure black. So much more extreme contrast, whereas mine lives a little bit more in the centers, right? You got maybe your white on one side, black on one side. So in the photograph, we have a lot of values on those extremes, whereas mine is existing a little bit more in the center there. So the more that I push those values, the more photographic, the more volume this is going to have. But I look at mine and I'm like, you know what? I think that's okay. It's not as extreme, but I kind of like how it looks. And if I get to a point where I like it like that, then what's the point of continuing to go further? If I feel like it's accomplished everything I set out to do, then that's, you know, that's all we can really, that's what we want, right? Okay, so let's zoom in. Maybe let's go right down to the bottom here. Okay, maybe even just looking at the, so in the image you see on the left, I've done a little bit of photoshopping to kind of do some work on this wreath or shield or whatever we've decided it is. So I did take a moment to kind of look at some other photographs of Donatello's David here, and saw this kind of marble plinth. Now that I look at it, you know, I could have probably added some white over top of this peachy color. But I think it serves its purpose, and once it's serving the purpose, it's how much more work do we really need to do, should we do? I think it's good enough. I like that. Let's look at the wreath on the other side, or whatever we're calling this thing. Yeah. I mean, it looks kind of funny and weird, but the original is kind of funny and weird too, but we probably just don't spend very much time ever looking at that thing. It seems almost a bit of an afterthought. Well, I mean, it's not, but it's for the viewer, it's kind of like an afterthought. It's sort of only if you're really interested do you bother looking at that area. So, you know, the way that I've painted it maybe brings a little bit more attention to it than we want, but I think it's fine. In terms of the head of Goliath down here, you know, the way that I've painted it, in a way I tried to kind of clarify the image and make it more apparent as to what this is. Because if we look at the photograph on the left, you would be excused for not even necessarily seeing a face there. You might see, oh, it looks like a big shape. I'm not sure. There's this sort of some kind of engraving of a chariot on there. I don't know what it is, but that's fine. But, you know, if we've seen this from other angles, we can see that it is the face of this giant. So part of what I'm always thinking about doing when I'm making a painting is just clarifying details that might otherwise be a little bit obscure. I like how the sandals, I think, and the feet turned out pretty good. You know, again, like, that's my thumbnail, right? So, you know, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good for the scale that I'm working at. I think I'm happy with the way the knees turned out. Knees are always a little bit tricky, so, you know, I think that's probably about as much as I can ask of myself. Let's see. As we go up further here, the little fig leaf covering Donatello or David's little bits and pieces here. I think it's okay. It's kind of, for me, it's kind of actually a little bit funny even. Somehow the fig leaf got even smaller, which is also kind of funny. Let's look at the hand on the sword. You know, like Pascal was saying, you know, I could have darkened that. But just because, you know, I left it deliberately like that just to make it easier for people to see that that's a finger on the sword. And, you know, it could, just like other areas where we see a little bit more brown coming through, doesn't necessarily mean it's, you know, it's almost like we see the little bit more of this brown up here. All of these reflections in the abdominal area, that is definitely tricky. And I eyeballed all my stuff there, so it's, you know, it's not, that is a little bit off. There's a lot of stuff that's a little bit off there. But again, good enough. That's all I need. That hand, I think that's okay. I've kind of just let some of the little bit of the brush strokes just occupy the space of a couple fingers. So, yeah. You know, I look at those nipples, and in the photograph, I could put a little highlight on the tip of the nipples, but I think that might bring more attention to the chest than I think we might want. So, and then we'll just come right up here to the face. You know, one of the things I love about the photograph is the highlights on either side of the nose. I think that's really cool. But given the scale that I'm working at, I just opted to have one line down the middle. I thought about doing another one, but good enough. Obviously, I also simplified the hair and did a few different little things there and put highlights where there's not really one, but I'm pretty happy with that. Same sort of thing with some sort of wreath around the hat there. You know, it just kind of, I don't know what those forms are. Maybe they're leaves or some kind of vine or something. So I think that works. And then the hat has like this, it does kind of look like like the top of a tomato cut from the vine. Mine maybe not so clear. On obviously the original, it seems a little more apparent. But I think, all in all, pretty good. And I see people signing off. Barbara and Lolly going to bed. So I think that's a good idea, especially if you're watching on the other side of the world, where it's probably past midnight and bedtime for everybody. So I think another good afternoon of painting for me. Thank you, everyone, for painting along. Have a wonderful evening or morning, afternoon, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Thank you for doing the world a favor by creating work. You're helping to improve your community and your family by introducing more and more beauty into this world in a time of apparent darkness, right? And I think if everyone had a hobby or a pastime like making art, whether that be painting or drawing or violin or dance or poetry or singing, whatever it is, I think you'd find our world would be a lot more peaceful than it currently is. So thank you for doing your part to make our world just a little bit better. See you guys next week, and until then, peace and love. We'll see you guys soon. Good night.